All right, welcome to the Roundtable. I'm Rohit Narayanan.
And I'm Hope Perry. Tonight we'll be covering the night as election night unfolds here in the U.S. We are bringing you live with a number of swing state correspondents and pundits tonight. Back to you, Rohit.
Yes, absolutely. It's a thrilling night, and we have an all-star panel of guests. Hope Perry there in the studio with Lucia Wetherill. We have Naisha Silvestre, who's going to cover Georgia, and at the Magic Wall, Ryan Konarska. So we really want to start out. Polls have just closed in Indiana and Michigan. We're entering election night, as we often do, with Democrats having a full head of confidence after some good polls, especially in the Midwest. We want to start by talking about the fundamentals. Who does this race favor? So, Lucia, I want to throw that first question to you. On the fundamentals, aside from how this campaign has going, how do you think that they benefit people? Do you think that inflation benefits one candidate, or otherwise, what do the fundamentals show?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now the fundamental is sort of who represents change, honestly. I think when we go to sort of the fundamental of inflation, we've sort of seen obviously that inflation is improving, but that people don't particularly feel that way. And so people are more looking for who is the candidate of change on a number of issues than they are actually looking at, maybe the numbers on a particular issue. And I think that's sort of been the battle. It's been a bit of an uphill battle for Harris in terms of how well she can differentiate herself from Biden, and sort of position herself as a change candidate on, inflation on a number of these issues. And I think for Trump too, the Harris campaign has been attempting to sort of paint Trump as going backwards, and Trump has continued to try to position himself as once again a candidate of 2016.
Absolutely. And a CNN exit poll showing just a few minutes ago that a pretty substantial percentage of the voters see the country is on the wrong track. And those who value the economy consider the economy is on the wrong track. Ryan, this has been a huge year of elections all around the world, from the UK to the European Union to countries like Botswana and South Africa. Can you talk about how some of the other elections have gone and kind of the anti-incumbency worldwide rapid that we have going into this year's election cycle?
Yeah, so I'm glad you mentioned that anti-incumbency factor, Rohit, because I think it's the biggest story of some of these global elections that we've been seeing. Inflation has not just been an issue that's affected the United States, it's affected most of the developed world and even developing countries like South Africa. In the UK, for example, the incumbent Conservative Party, which has ruled the country for 14 straight years, was thrown out of office in a landslide with the Labour Party being put in. In places like South Africa, you saw the incumbent African National Congress lose its majority for the first time since democracy was put in place in 1994. And even in countries like Japan, where the ruling Liberal Democratic Party has controlled the country almost the entire time since 1955, the LDP lost its majority in that election. So you're seeing this continued trend of voters being upset about inflation and upset about some of the upheavals that have come with post-pandemic life. They've thrown out these governments, or they have reduced the majorities that these governments have. So how could that apply to the United States here? Of course, the incumbent political party that's running our White House right now is the Democratic Party. But of course, there is a new top of the ticket. President Joe Biden is not running for a second term. So the big question tonight will be, can Vice President Harris separate herself from this unpopular Biden White House and position herself as a change candidate despite the Democrats leading the charge?
Absolutely. And inflation is a really unique political issue in the sense that it affects voters no matter what their position in life is. It has a very substantial reach, and that's perhaps why we've seen such a great anti-incumbency trend across the world. Naisha, perhaps you could tell us a little bit more. What do you think it says about how the campaign that Harris has run, that it's close despite this worldwide distaste for inflation?
I don't think it's necessarily accurate or fair to say that the anti-incumbency bias is entirely due to inflation, especially when you look at Japan, where they've been experiencing deflation for like the past 20 years. I would say it's more so the economy writ large, and also like Mexico has been experiencing high records of inflation over the last 2-3 years. Yet their new President Claudia Sheinbaum, is still of the same party as their previous one. So yes, anti-incumbency bias does exist. I don't think it necessarily plays a role in this election, seeing how Harris has been able in some ways to differentiate herself from Biden as a candidate. But that being said, I feel like, as Lucia was saying,
perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about this. What do you say would be the major factors in the economy for voters who are valuing ranking the economy as some of the top as the top issue for them in the coming election? What has each candidate put forward, and how has that shaped the debate?
Yeah, so right now, some of the top issues that come to mind are the price of groceries. This has been something that's been talked about a lot. What's the price of milk? It's the price of milk actually, it suggests that it's actually kind of gone down and up in the past couple of years. A lot of the price of milk as a metric kind of actually has more to do with the production levels of dairy farms than it really does to have to do about the inflation as a whole. Gas prices is another metric that a lot of times people like to use, but isn't necessarily the best indicator of how inflation is impacting average Americans. But when we look at grocery bills writ large, a lot of Americans are, feeling a little bit more pinch in the pocket, especially because wages haven't necessarily kept up with the rate of inflation over the past couple of years. Another thing that's a huge issue is affordability of housing. This is something that the Harris campaign has talked a lot about and is a really big wedge issue in some of the biggest Democratic areas, New York City, Chicago, Atlanta, the price, Philly especially, the price of housing is a really, really big concern for a lot of people. You think about gentrification in a lot of these areas, people who have, even the Daily Princetonian did a piece on this in Princeton. There are people who have been living in these houses for years and years. Their families lived there, and taxes have gone up by so much that they can't afford to live in these homes anymore. So the Harris campaign has kind of made some big proposals with regard to, kind of creating what she builds as an opportunity economy. She's been really trying to appeal to those middle class voters. But a common criticism of the Harris campaign has been that she hasn't necessarily been appealing to lower and working class voters. People have felt that they're outside the middle class, and they don't feel that their voices are necessarily being heard, and they are a large percentage of this country and what makes the wheels of this country turn. So that's a common criticism that I've been hearing on the ground. As far as the Trump campaign goes, his economic approach has been really tied to trade and tariffs. Something that has been, I think, talked about a decent amount in this election is that actually, when Trump was in office, when he left office, there were a couple of tariffs in place that the Biden administration, if I recall correctly, actually kept in place. But Trump, as far as his proposals go, is proposing even more extensive tariffs, especially on goods coming from China, which could have a really adverse effect on consumers, trickling down. So that's kind of the economic landscape right now going into this election.
Absolutely. I've seen Trump's economics policy been described as Peronism for America, and that's named after the famous Latin American dictator Juan Perón. And really, he's proposing a pretty substantial redesign of the American revenue system, shifting from taxes to tariffs. Ryan, I wanted you to take us a little bit through some of the states that have been important today, especially like if we were talking about just 12 years ago, the swing states being Florida, Ohio, Virginia, Colorado. These are not states that are substantially known for urban centers. These are states with substantial, suburban and exurban voters. We're now seeing cities like Atlanta, Philadelphia, Las Vegas being the center of this presidential election. Do you think that this rural to urban shift within the swing state sphere has influenced what issues are talked about? Hope mentioned housing in any way.
Yeah, well, let's talk about how the maps change in the post-Trump era here. Like you mentioned, we're taking a look at states like Arizona and Georgia, very urbanized states where the bulk of the population lives in the major metropolitan area here. Whereas previously you had swing states like Iowa and Ohio, where a lot of the population lived in smaller towns, farming towns, manufacturing towns that were really affected by these kind of questions, not about the service industry, but about the exportation of jobs, offshore, concerns about free trade and things like that. But of course, with the map having shifted to these really big, really metropolitan areas, with the high proportion of the population working in the service sector, the electoral arithmetic of this has kind of shifted a little bit. Even comparing to 8 years ago when President Trump first ran, those issues like free trade, manufacturing, and tariffs were far more at the front of mind in states like Ohio, Iowa, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Only 2 of those still really are in contention in this election. So some of these states in the Midwest have moved off the map, and some of them have moved onto the map. Even now we're talking about Texas potentially being a state that could be in play, though it's still a little bit off there. So definitely the electoral map has shifted towards the South, towards the Sun Belt, and it's shifted towards states where this kind of manufacturing, this tariffs message, where this kind of American Peronism could take place. It shifted to states where that may not have as much pull.
Absolutely. So this has been a riveting discussion. We'll be back in 50 minutes to talk about some of the polls. And let's take a little look at our magic wall over here. We see that we already have some results from Indiana and from Kentucky. We have some from just outside Bloomington and some from Covington in northern Kentucky. So we're going to get a lot of data from that as actual votes are counted coming up in the next hour. Stay with us, and we will be back at 7 p.m. right, we are back here with our panel. At the 7 o'clock hour, we have Hope Perry with Eden Tashoma in the studio and Ryan Konarska at the Magic Wall. Hope, what have we seen in the past hour that we should be thinking about?
Well, Rohit, we've been seeing since the polls closed in parts of Indiana and Kentucky at 6 p.m., we've been seeing some results start to come in. There's a lot of talk being had about Hamilton County in Indiana, which is outside of Indianapolis, a suburban county that I think went for Trump by 6 points, I think, in 2020. It's now trending toward Harris by a little bit over a point. But it's only about 65% of the vote in right now. So that's kind of the thing that's taken over my Twitter timeline, at least. And that's what we've been kind of seeing. There's a lot of skepticism, though, about how much of that is the early vote, how much of that is the election day vote, and is Harris really making up the with the white suburban college educated voters that she needs to be making up with to, win in those blue wall states, because she's not going to win in Indiana. I think we can probably make that claim for sure. But that's what I'm seeing right now, Rohit.
Absolutely. So Democrats have come into this night actually pretty optimistic, as opposed to maybe a week ago when there was a significant worry that this might be Trump's election to have. Can you explain a little bit about what some of the major factors that have led Democrats, especially in the pundit sphere, to be optimistic about this election?
Yeah, so one of the things that happened last week on Sunday was that Jay Ann Seltzer of Iowa came out with a poll that showed Kamala Harris up by 3 points in Iowa. Now, we know that Iowa is a pretty deeply red state, has been since it last went for Obama in 2008. That was the last time they voted for a Democrat in a presidential election. So seeing Harris up 3, especially when Iowa went by, was it 7 or 8 points last time in 2020, Rohit? That
8 points, yeah.
Yeah, 8 points. So, that's what, an 11-point swing to the left. The other thing is that Seltzer's poll is considered kind of the gold standard. The only time that she's been quote unquote wrong was during a gubernatorial, and she was only, I think, then off by something like 4 points, which I think was within the margin of error. So she's kind of considered the gold standard. So Democrats started to really be like, oh, maybe we're really making up ground with white women, with white college educated women, suburban women, suburbans writ large, but women especially, I think, were a big part of why people started to feel good about that. And also in Iowa, there was a pretty strict new abortion law that was enacted there. And there were a lot of theories among Democrats that this polling result was partially a result of backlash to that legislation. It was a lot more conservative, even than many pro-life folks on the right have pushed for in the past. So interesting to see that. And I think that's where a lot of hype has come from for Democrats. But we'll see if Seltzer has had another win with this poll in a couple of hours.
Despite the Seltzer polls showing an extremely good environment for Democrat and other indicators, such as the Washington primary elections a few months ago, was an indicator that a lot of people looked at. But Eden, a lot of the polls, and especially the polling aggregators, have shown a much tighter race, and even some have shown it still leaning towards Trump. What do you say would be some of the reasons to think that Trump might also be under?
Yeah, and I think just to kind of follow up on what Hope was saying, I think also in that question, optimism is something that the Democrats at this point kind of have to project, as opposed to something on the Trump camp where they're kind of projecting fear and panic. I think the Democrats are hoping to project optimism. But I think on the topic of polls, I was reading a Q&A with John Anzalone, Biden's chief pollster in 2020, and he voiced how, especially with smaller media polls, we've seen less reliable polls flushed all over the media's coverage of what is going on in the elections. That might be one factor. But another factor that he stated in the Q&A is that a lot of pollsters have struggled to kind of capture what a Trump voter is. And so this has led to skews in the polling. I think personally, I have a gut feeling just from what I've seen in the Maryland race that also some of the farther right Trump voters might not be captured in the total numbers. I think because of maybe lack of trust, but I think that is too original of a theory, perhaps. But yeah, so there's general unreliability people have seen in the polls on Trump.
Absolutely. And Ryan, maybe you can tell us a little bit more. In the past two elections, we've seen major unexpected demographic shifts. which we saw very earlier in the night. In 2016, we saw voters often characterized as white working class voters in the Midwest leaning strongly towards Trump, making up for gains that Hillary Clinton made elsewhere. And in 2020, we saw a shift among Latinos, but specifically Cubans in Florida, really early in the night. What do you think might be some of the demographics we should be watching, ways that the polls that haven't been fully captured in the discourse of the polls that we really should be taking care to look at as the night goes on?
Definitely, yeah. It's good that you mentioned those shifts in demographics that kind of form the narrative of 2016 and 2020. I can remember myself watching the 2016 election on television, and as a native Michigander, we wanted to know how the state was going to vote. And in Wayne County, without Detroit, which is predominantly a white working class county outside the city of Detroit, which is mostly black, Hillary Clinton was only up about 3 points there. And the commentators at the time said this was going to be a big shift and Trump may win the state, which he went on to do. In this election here, it's not actually clear what the biggest story of the night is. The biggest thing we want to know is, will the trends that we've seen in previous elections continue? Some states to watch for that, of course, is, you mentioned the Cuban vote. Florida here is currently reporting 30% of its votes right now, and Trump is up by about 2 points there. So the early vote coming in pretty strong there. But again, it's kind of early to read into any results, especially since a lot of them have not been mapped to some of the counties that are really important, like the Miami-Dade, Broward, West Palm Beach area there. In terms of some of the other early results that are reporting right now, Hope mentioned Hamilton County in Indiana, but that's only at 65% there. That's one of the more college-educated white counties that sit outside some of these major metropolitan areas in these crucial swing states. Not that Indiana is one, but there's a lot of counties that look like Hamilton. Delaware County in Ohio, Oakland County in Michigan, Waukesha, Ozaukee counties in Wisconsin, the collar counties surrounding Philadelphia, Bucks, Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery. All those counties will be crucial to seeing whether President or Vice President Harris can continue the trends among these college-educated white voters, where Hillary Clinton made major gains over Barack Obama, President Biden made additional gains. Can she continue that for a third cycle in a row? Those kind of counties will be crucial to look out for. And then on the white working class side of things, the counties where either used to be Republican or used to be Democratic, but where Trump made huge gains in 2016, and in many cases built on those gains. Can he continue to bring it home there? And looking at some of these Kentucky counties that are really close to fully reporting, it looks like Trump's running about even with his 2020 performance there. So that may be a sign that some of these rural trends are here to stay.
Absolutely. So, actually, a follow-up on that. One thing that we saw in the UK elections, right, was that some of the elasticity in the demographics were these more rural working class voters that have shifted right in recent years are also extremely elastic. They're low information voters and often are subject to these anti-incumbency or opposition party trends. Do you think we might be looking for any of those trends tonight, or do we expect that because of the specific nature of the Trump movement in America, he's really solidified those gains among white working class voters?
Definitely. I mean, people have been talking about can the white working class vote not maybe come back to Democrats, but can it move towards Democrats? Some early signs, if you were looking at the Seltzer poll, like we mentioned, is that maybe there has been some movement among white voters as a whole there. But I think the bigger question to look at is whether what some of the national surveys have been showing, that Black and Latino voters, which have been the core of the Democratic Party coalition, have been moving towards Trump. They've been becoming more Republican. It won't lead to the Republicans maybe winning some of these, majority minority seats, but it will help them in some of these states with bigger, diverse cities like Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, like Detroit and Michigan. Whether you believe the polls or not, well, we'll have to find out in a few hours if those shifts are going to be real among those demographics, and if we are going to be seeing that kind of racial depolarization, which may make our country less divided, but may also assist the Trump campaign in its quest to win some of these crucial swing states.
Absolutely. And Eden, do you have any thoughts on some demographics we should be watching as we continue on the night? What should we be looking for?
Yeah, I think I would love to see more focus on Black and Latino men in some urban centers, especially young Black and Latino men. I think this is something that has been covered, but maybe in the straight lead up to the election has kind of fallen to the wayside, and been covered more about women and white voters as the important groups. I think that vote, we've been waiting to see whether or not it will shift towards Trump. And we saw last night Joe Rogan's endorsement of Trump. So I think those types of bro-y endorsements will have an effect on the race. It will at least shift the needle, and it'll be interesting how it shifts the needle.
Absolutely. And before we wrap up, Hope, do you have any predictions on things that we should watch that maybe we haven't been expecting thus far?
Well, I've been saying this to you, Rohit, for a while now, but I think we should really have our eyes on North Carolina. Ryan will talk to us, I imagine, in the next segment or later in the night for sure about some of those counties in North Carolina that will be important counties to watch to see if Harris is outperforming Biden, which could indicate more success in the state. But I think that I think that North Carolina is going to be kind of a huge harbinger of what's to come. Um, Stead Herndon of the New York Times did some really great reporting in the past couple of weeks in North Carolina, speaking with Asian voters who have been doing a big get out the vote push in the Research Triangle area of North Carolina. And that was very interesting to hear. That population has been growing, and there hasn't been as much talk from pundits about Asian American voters and AAPI voters in general. So that could be something to watch in North Carolina as far as a minority group goes that we haven't been talking about as much in the past few days.
Absolutely. And if I can lodge a prediction of my own, let's take a look at the the safe states and bigger cities. This was a huge thing that we saw in the UK elections a few months ago, that the protest vote in safe seats was deeply underestimated by the polls and by the discourse. So continue to watch. We are seeing polls close in a whole host of states coming up. We see over here that we have a variety of polls closing in Virginia, Florida, Vermont, and we're seeing preliminary results there. So we will have a breakdown on the presidential race and a variety of down ballot races when we come back at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. See you then. right, we are back at the roundtable. I am Rohit Narayanan. Hope Perry's in the studio, Naisha Sylvestra, and Ryan Konarska at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at what's happened in the past little while. So we have major developments on the presidential front, especially from the critical state of Georgia, which is trickling in. We're going to hear a great update about that tonight. First of all, we wanted to give a little bit of a primer to our viewers. So, Ryan, can you tell us what are the states that we should be looking at to be Democratic earlier in the night and then shift towards the mean? And what are the states that we should expect to have a red mirage, so to say, be Republican earlier in the night and then shift towards the mean?
Well, it all breaks down to how the early vote is processed. The early and absentee vote tends to be very Democratic, or more Democratic, that is. At least in 2020 it was. Now we would probably expect it to be not as Democratic as it was then. So states that report these absentee and early votes early in the night, like Ohio, Iowa, and North Carolina, you're going to see a blue mirage. You're going to see Democrats do better in those states, and their lead will slowly get pulled back throughout the night. Now, in some states, you'll see a red mirage, states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, states that report some of the election day results first and take a longer time to process some of those mail-in ballots. Those are the kind of states where you're going to see results move a little more towards Democrats then. So that kind of complicates the picture in places like Michigan and Pennsylvania, two very crucial states. It could take another day to see who the true winner is, especially as some of those big counties like Wayne and Philadelphia take a long time to process those heavily Democratic mail-in ballots.
Absolutely, and I also wanted to specifically highlight the case of Virginia, which you can see on our map over here is blue. But nevertheless, it is famously a state that tends to trend Republican before the big county, Fairfax County in the north, comes in, and it then reverts to the mean. And we expect that to be in the Harris column tonight. So it is a reach state for the Trump campaign. Hope, we have seen huge results in from Florida in the past hour. What can you tell us about what we've seen there and what we should be expecting, what that portends for the rest of the night?
Yeah, so in Florida, we've been seeing the entire state shift to the right. In fact, the last time that I looked at the Washington Post like partisan shift tracker, Miami-Dade had shifted to the right really significantly, and it looks like a Republican might win there at the top of the ticket for the first time since 1988. This kind of goes in earlier. It seems like this could be correlated to what we were talking about earlier with regard to certain demographic groups. So the and Latina vote in Miami-Dade County is something that has been shifting to the right for the past couple of years now, especially with the number of Cubans and Cuban Americans who live there. So yeah, the entire state has been shifting to the right. As far as the down ballot initiatives go in Florida, there's a down ballot initiative to create a constitutional right to an abortion in Florida, as well as the legalization of marijuana. And from the last I looked, it looked like marijuana was probably not going to pass. It was coming in at something like 55%, and they need, I think 60% is the margin that they need to get over the finish line there. But abortion was a little bit closer, something like 58%. So still a little too early to call those. But right now we have 89% of the vote in from Palm Beach County, which right now Kamala Harris is leading, but just shy ahead of Trump. And then Broward County with 82% in, Harris is leading by 20 points, but it's hard to say. Those blue counties, though, might bring in some more votes for those down ballot measures. But I mean, I think we can be pretty confident that Trump's going to win Florida handily.
I want to say that major news outlets have called Florida for Trump now. So that brings his electoral vote total to 95.
Absolutely. And I hope you are a native Floridian, if I'm not wrong, right? And so can you tell us a little bit about what some of these critical counties, what does Palm Beach County need to Democrats, especially now that it's a 2-point race?
Yeah, so I want to push back. I'm not a native Floridian, but I was born in Florida, two different things. So I don't want to claim, something I'm not, but I was born in Palm Beach County.
Yeah.
I was born in Palm Beach County. And so, yeah, I mean, Palm Beach County has been a stalwart blue county for a really long time. And to see it shifting further and further to the right, I mean, this makes sense, right? When we think about, people have talked about kind of this right-wing exit from other states. Florida is a really a state where a lot of people have been moving. The taxes are lower. People like some of the policies there that Governor Ron DeSantis put in place with regard to education. So we've been kind of seeing a Republican exodus sort of from more blue states down to Florida. And I think that's being really reflected. I think there's also just sort of a rightward shift in the state. But I mean, Palm Beach County has been a stalwart Democrat county for a long time. Ryan, you might know better than I the last time that Palm Beach County voted for a Republican in a presidential election, but I genuinely have no idea the last time that happened. Probably not since Reagan. So it's been a long time.
Yeah, I don't know the exact date for Palm Beach County. I can tell you though, in Miami-Dade, this is gonna be the first time the Republicans have won Miami-Dade County in a presidential election since 1988. That was when George H.W. Bush beat Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis in a landslide. So yeah, this is really a generational result for Republicans in Florida tonight. They look set to win the state by double digits. Absolutely smashing performance, especially in South Florida. But of course, it may not offer many indications of what's going to happen in the rest of the country. Of course, in 2020, remember, Florida was the first sign that Joe Biden was not going to have the easiest march to the White House here. But other states came in. Other states proved that they did not follow some of the trends that Florida had. Georgia and North Carolina in particular moved left, despite Florida moving right. So we'll have to see if the trends that we see in Florida, especially in regards to the Hispanic vote, will be reflected in other places like Arizona, Nevada, and Texas. But early indications have none thus far because those polls are not closed. But indications in 2020 were that really it was Florida that saw this unique, strong shift towards Republicans among Latino voters.
Absolutely. And I know some commentators have even thought that Republican strength in Florida is a negative sign for them because it shows that the continued influx of Republicans into Florida, moving them from northern states where their votes might be more productive now that Florida is in a solidly Republican column. But still, not to be understated, critical counties like Duval County near Jacksonville and Pinellas County on the west coast of Florida, these are counties that Joe Biden battled to win and was taken down by his performance in the South. But Trump is now doing handily here. Let's go north to Georgia, where we have now 36% of the vote in. Donald Trump is leading by 12%. As we talk, this is one of those red mirage states. Naisha, you are on the ground in Georgia. You're not, but you are there spiritually since you are a Georgian. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what we should be watching here in this absolutely critical state?
Yeah, exactly. I would say that I'm spiritually there in Georgia. I think importantly, like you just mentioned, only 37% of the vote is in, so it's too early to actually call the state one way or the other. Key counties that still have not been called yet are Cobb, Gwinnett, Fulton, etc., which is where Atlanta is in, as well as Athens, which is another big Democratic hold because that is where the University of Georgia is in, and Columbus, Georgia. However, like when I wanted to look into each counties individually, one county that looked really interesting to me is Fayette County, which is in the south of Atlanta, and Metro Atlanta. This is a county in which Republicans have won every election years for the last 4 or 5 elections, but we've been seeing it shifting left. And right now, it doesn't seem like Trump, it's almost neck and neck. Doesn't seem like Trump is going to win that county handedly. Another important county to look at is Cobb County, since that is one that Romney had won by 14 points in 2012, but then had flipped blue by 2 points with Clinton, and Biden had won by 13 points. So it's interesting to see whether we're going to see that continued shift of these exurban, suburban counties around Atlanta towards the left. And finally, another county I would love to look at is Lowndes County, which is near Valdosta, near Jacksonville, Florida at the bottom. That is one where we have Valdosta State. It's another red county. It's been shifting further to the left, and I want to see if that trend is going to continue. And I think the point of Florida voters moving up northward is a really big one, since Georgia is a state in which we've seen a lot of people move into due to business opportunities and also coming in from Florida, New York, etc. And I think a big part of the state moving to the left has been due to those demographic changes. But yes, it's still too early to call, and a lot of these votes are still coming in.
Absolutely. So what can you tell us about North Carolina? There has been some speculation this time that North Carolina, which every year is a gettable thing for Democrats, but always seems to slip right out of their grasp, that this time it might be to the left of Georgia. Do you think that there are different trends in these two states in a similar part of the country?
Yeah, for one, the demographics of both states are pretty different. North Carolina has a bigger rural base than Georgia, especially with the mountainous region. I think it is true, the state has been moving further left, possibly further left than Georgia. But one factor that we have to think about with this election is the hurricanes that have hit North Carolina with Helene, and the other one as well, because that has stopped a lot of the campaigning efforts by both the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign, as well as some disinformation on Trump's like claiming that the current administration hasn't really done anything to like provide aid to the state. So I would be very curious to see like how have the hurricanes affected like this leftward shift in North Carolina.
Fascinating analysis. Ryan, do you want to wrap us up by giving us an update on a key Senate race? We have already seen major outlets call the West Virginia race flip from Joe Manchin to Jim Justice, which means that Republicans have already picked up one. What are we seeing in the Ohio race that might give some information on how the race for the Senate is going?
Yeah. Well, of course, as you mentioned, that West Virginia seat flipping means that Ohio is a must-win for Democrats. Right now, on the New York Times page, I'm actually seeing Sherrod Brown run slightly. There's different levels of reporting in the presidential and Senate race, so I can't give you a real comparison yet. Both Harris and Brown are leading, though. But what Brown really needs to do is he needs to outrun Harris by something between 5 and 10 points. Right now, it does not look like he's on track to do that, but again, it's still early days, and it's still there's still not much out of places like Columbus and Cleveland, which is some of those bigger Democratic vote hubs in the state. But yeah, that is now a must-win seat for Democrats. If they lose Ohio there, they would need to also not lose Montana, which is not likely. It seems like Ohio is probably the easier bet for Democrats, and they need to flip one of Nebraska or Texas, which are pretty tall orders given the magnitude of those states' partisanship. Yeah.
All right, so that is our update for this hour. So much coming up. As you could have seen from our map, we're getting updates from critical states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Texas. We will be talking all about that in the hour to come. Stay with us.
get a nod from my tech czar? Okay, awesome. Welcome back to top of the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. My co-host Rohit is having some technical difficulties right now, so he won't be joining us right now this hour. But we are going to start with Ryan Konarska, who's in front of the magic wall here. He's going to give us an update on some of the key House races that we're watching unfold at the moment.
Okay, I'm gonna do that for about 30 seconds, then I'll go to the presidential race. I apologize, but I think there's a lot more interesting there. But I will talk about some of the House races here. The House is a little bit different from the presidential races here because it's gonna be decided in some different states. Some of those states like New York and California have not closed their polls yet. We may not know for some time what the results may be, but there were some races in some states that have already closed where we're beginning to see some indications. In Florida here, Democrats hope to knock off in Pinellas County, that has not happened. She's won. In Virginia here, in those competitive races, I don't believe we have too many results yet or any calls. In Ohio, where there's 2 seats, one around Cincinnati and one around Akron, where Democrats are looking to hold on. The Democratic incumbents are ahead in both, but again, we don't have full results yet, so we can't make a clear picture. In Pennsylvania as well, still too early to call a lot of these races. Let me take a look. Yeah, I mean, Ashley Haas is up in Pennsylvania's first district, which includes Bucks County, but that's to be expected. A lot of these early votes, these mail votes are coming in. But talking about the big picture that we see so far through tonight, it's 9 p.m. We've had a lot of states closed. We've had a lot of results reports. The biggest story thus far is this huge shift in Florida rightward. Florida is looking to be a double-digit state for Trump. That would be one of the biggest victories in Florida for any Republican since the 1980s. And along with that here, you're seeing this continued pattern of Trump improving on his performance in these rural areas. If you look at some of the counties that have wrapped up already, the shift to the rightward is pretty strong across Florida, yes, but also across Georgia as well. So then how can Harris still win? Again, in 2020, we had this very, very tied environment, and any shift to the right could, again, put Donald Trump in the White House again. So Harris would need to make improvements in some of these suburban counties surrounding Atlanta to win Georgia. Some of the counties she's running even, some of the counties she's moving ahead. Like Douglas County, for example, she's moving ahead. I believe in Clayton and DeKalb, she's running about even. North Carolina here, it's a pretty similar story. And then this kind of Sunbelt picture where you have a very Republican Florida and then a shaky Georgia, North Carolina means that Harris needs to put the house on Pennsylvania here, where it's currently a very close race. The New York Times projection here essentially even. It's about Trump 0.3 right now. But again, the picture here thus far is that the Harris campaign wanted to get a decisive win, or at least something close to a decisive win in North Carolina and Georgia to start the night off right. These are very quick reporting states. These are states where we know the results sooner than some of these states like Arizona and Nevada that will take a long time. They haven't been able to pull it off thus far. They have to now wait for Pennsylvania, wait for that slow trickle of mail-in ballots. It's going to be a long night and maybe a long couple of days here, but there's not much telling me here that you'd rather be Harris at this moment.
Thank you, Ryan. I want to go to Lucia, who's here with me. She's our Pennsylvania correspondent, to talk a little bit about the results that we're seeing come in from Bucks and Erie County.
Yeah, I'd love to talk. I think Erie County, while important, still hasn't counted much of their vote. Their last I checked was under 1% counted. Bucks, on the other hand, has about 13% of the vote in, and is currently pulling pretty strongly for Kamala Harris, but again, only 13% of the vote. Last election in 2020, Biden narrowly won Bucks with about 52% of the vote. So we can expect it to be pretty close. Sort of informally, I am a Bucks County native, voted there this morning. And I would say the polls, it was probably just based on sort of what I could see was relatively split down the middle. Yeah, I think one of the interesting things to see with Bucks County will be how canvassing efforts have worked. Bucks has been incredibly canvassed, especially over the past week. Again, from my own personal experience, my house has been canvassed many, many times. And so I'm very curious to see what the sort of investments in that sort of ground movement will yield for Harris.
And Lucia, just to clarify, you've been canvassed by the Harris campaign, the Trump campaign?
I've been canvassed by the Harris campaign multiple times. I don't believe anyone from the Trump campaign has gone to my house, though we are all registered Democrats. So if it's a get out the vote effort, naturally we would be targeted by Harris. I think we've had some literature left by Trump campaigners, but in general, from what I've seen, the canvassing effort has been slightly weaker on the Trump campaign front.
Got it. Naisha, I want to go to you now, our Georgia correspondent. We're seeing the votes really trickle into Georgia, and Ryan mentioned a couple of those suburban counties outside Atlanta. We're seeing Harris look like she's kind of running ahead of where Biden was 4 years ago. Can you give us just an update on some of those counties?
Yeah, like Ryan already mentioned, we're seeing Harris move ahead in Gwinnett County, Fayette, Douglas County, Douglasville specifically. And like I said earlier, those are counties in which we had expected her to run ahead of Biden compared to 2020, because a lot of these counties have seen an influx in residents and influx of immigration into those areas, mostly from bluer states or like other countries. So it is to be expected that this is what we're seeing. Um, Talking about the counties that I had mentioned earlier, like Fayette County in South Atlanta, we see that one has gone to Trump like 51% and Harris 48%, which is much better than what Biden had accomplished back in 2020. So I think we're continuing to see that clear trend of these suburban counties around Atlanta moving further left, and some of the more exurban counties like Paulding County and Cherokee County in Northwest Atlanta, like moving further to the right. So it's showing a bit more of that polarization of Atlanta, Savannah, Columbus versus the more rural areas of the state. And I think another interesting thing to look at right now is that with North Carolina, we're also seeing that shift towards that left furthermore. And that state is still too close to call, even though it has been reported that Josh Stein has won the governorship for North Carolina, which shows that there's a bit of those split ticket voters. So Trump voters on the top and Josh Stein for governor, which could be due to the scandal.
Yeah, I want to bring in Eden Tashoma to talk a little bit about that gubernatorial race down in North Carolina. Eden, can you give us kind of a layout of what's been unfolding there regarding the Mark Robinson scandal?
Yes, as Naisha just told us, Josh Stein has won the governorship, and this is a large part due to a massive scandal that unfolded with his Republican opponent, Mark Robinson. Essentially, a CNN report found that he had participated on several and posted on several pornographic sites comments that were quite vulgar, including one that where he called himself a Black Nazi on Nude Africa, which obviously was not well liked by North Carolina residents. And as we see today, that ended up being the reality. Now, the interesting thing about this is, as Naisha also noted, Trump is still polling or doing well in North Carolina. And I think this brings us to the specter of scandal and how that affects the race. We've observed time and time again that Trump seems to be immune from scandal. And he won 2016. 2020, I think, challenged him. But again, he's still polling strongly after some disastrous performances throughout the campaign. I was reading, though, in the New York Times, they're kind of like undecided voter roundtable discussions. And one of these voters, who is independent and has now decided not to vote for Trump, that they've been tracking, did so specifically because he thought that the Madison Square Garden debacle that happened just last week was a little too much. This is where they refer to Puerto Rico as a garbage island, among other insults. So we'll see how scandal ends up affecting Trump's chances. I know that we're watching Pennsylvania, where there's a massive Puerto Rico diaspora population, and we'll see how that ends up affecting the race.
Thanks, Eden. Appreciate that. Ryan, I know that you're there at the Magic Wall. Oh, and Rohit appears to be back. Rohit, have your technical difficulties ended? Are you back with us here on the broadcast?
Yes, the roundtable broadcast goes on despite all sorts of difficulties, including people who want to shut down the free media. And yet, we persist somehow.
Well, welcome back, Rohit. Appreciate having you on. Eden, thank you for talking a little bit about the gubernatorial situation and also for bringing up that Madison Square Garden rally. Ryan, I know that you're there at the Magic Wall and some more polls just closed at 9 p.m. Eastern. Is there anything that you want to update us on before we close out the top of this hour?
Yeah, I want to point you to some of the estimates that the New York Times has of the vote that's remaining in some of these big counties, big blue counties in some of these swing states here. In Wayne County, this contains Detroit. This is my home county. The Times estimates that there are about 800,000 votes remaining, and it's estimated that the margin for Harris at the end of the day will be about 292,000 votes. Joe Biden won that county by 333,000 votes in 2020. in Philadelphia here, a county that Joe Biden won by 471,000 votes in 2020. The Times is estimating that of the vote remaining, Harris is on track to win by about 430,000 votes. So there's been kind of a pullback here in some of these bigger blue counties for Harris compared to Biden's performance. So she needs to make that up somewhere else in the state. Given the national picture that we've been seeing, she can't make it up in the rural areas. Can she make it up in the suburbs? That's the big question. These smaller counties surrounding Philadelphia, some of the counties surrounding Detroit, like Macomb, like Oakland, will become very important to see if Harris can pull ahead here and make up for some of those reduced margins in big cities, maybe some of those reduced margins among Black and Hispanic voters that will seal her victory in these two crucial states here. Of course, Wisconsin just closed. We have no updates there yet. And then one other state I want to flag before we close the hour is Texas here. It's been kind of almost a joke in some Democratic circles about Blexit, this day that Texas could turn blue. Texas has not voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since 1976. Blexit, by all accounts, will not be happening this year. Texas now is on track to be a state where Donald Trump may improve his performance from 2020. He won it by about 6 points then. He's on track to win it by about 10 here. He may flip several counties, including Tarrant, which includes Fort Worth, some suburban counties surrounding Austin and Dallas. This is a state here where maybe some of the indications about what's going on with the Hispanic vote that we saw in Florida might be translating to Texas. There's still not a lot of vote in from South Texas here. But again, this is a state where Democrats have long hoped to flip due to some demographic trends, but it's not going to happen this year.
So Ryan, before we close out, while we're talking about Texas, let's just mention for our viewers the Texas Senate race, especially with Florida Senate race being called for the Republicans, was one of the last Democratic hopes to recapture the Senate. What's that looking like, and how would you assess Democratic chances for the Senate at this hour?
Yes, let's talk about the Senate here. First of all, we knew that West Virginia was probably going to be a lost cause for the Democrats. That's off the board now. Jim Justice will gain the seat. That brings us to 50-50. Okay, then they need to defend Montana and Ohio. Of course, Montana's not closed yet, but in Ohio, with 50% reporting, Bernie Moreno has taken a 2-point lead. Given that Ohio is something of a blue mirage state, I'd say it's probably curtains for Sherrod Brown. That would mean that Republicans gain one seat, and now they're in the driver's seat in the Senate, 51-49. Okay, what can Democrats do to win it back? They could maybe flip Texas. This is a state where Beto O'Rourke got within about 2 points in 2018 of flipping that Senate seat against Ted Cruz. Right now, Ted Cruz is up by about 6 points with 57% of the vote in. So again, they need to really turn things around in Texas. Again, there's still some vote out in the south of the state, but it's not looking too good for Colin Allred, who's a member of the House there. That's probably going to be a seat they hold on to, unless they can pull a miracle off in Nebraska here. And given some of the trends they've been seeing, I'd probably expect them to lose Montana too. It looks like very likely the Republicans will hold the United States, or will gain the United States Senate, that is.
Rohit, you're muted, but Ryan, thank you so much for taking us through that here at the end of our 9 o'clock broadcast. We'll be back on the air at 10 p.m. Eastern with more updates for you. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
right, welcome back. It is 10 p.m. on the East Coast. I'm Rohit Narayanan, and I'm here with Hope Perry in the studio and Ryan Konarska at the Magic Wall. Hope, this has been a night that might feel very familiar to us for those who have watched elections in the past. How would you say the trajectory of the night has gone, and what is we looking at this point?
Yeah, so the trajectory of the night right now seems to be leaning in favor of Donald Trump, but I mean, it is still too early to call, so there's a lot of votes still to be counted out there. Right now, with 77% of the vote in Georgia, according to the New York Times, it's leaning toward Donald Trump by about 5 points there, but there are still quite a lot of votes to come in, although not very many of them are from the Atlanta metro area, which is those votes are more likely to favor Kamala Harris. Um, in North Carolina, 55% of the vote is in. President Trump has a narrow lead there ahead of Vice President Harris, but it's still too early to call. Although I will note that the New York Times 4 years ago, they were the ones their needle model predicted a Biden win in Georgia. And they're currently leaning red for both those states. Now, it's important to note that it is still too early to call. Huge vote dump just dropped in North Carolina.
Okay,
Okay,
let's take a
now
look
it's
at that.
looking more like a 5 point margin for Trump there, but it's still, again, like there's a lot to happen, although it doesn't look like Harris is really winning where she needs to right now. Pennsylvania has been pretty speedy counting the votes. Michigan kind of slow. Wisconsin, doing an okay job there. So we'll see what happens. But right now, it looks like Harris's path to the presidency has kind of narrowed to those blue wall states.
All right, and as an outlet that focuses on the stakes, not the odds, Hope, would you like to fill us in a little bit on some of the tangible impact of what a Trump win might mean for the country?
Yeah, so it kind of depends who you ask. I actually saw an exit poll, I think from CNN earlier, that showed that 7%, like there was a 7% margin of voters who favored Donald Trump, who were worried about democracy. They favored Donald Trump by 7%. And democracy has been a big issue of this campaign. There was a lot of talk about the impact of January 6th, especially on conservative leaning voters whose vote may have been swayed by that event 4 years ago, or almost 4 years ago. A lot of people talking about how, Trump consistently praises and says he admires dictators and autocratic leaders across the world, from Viktor Orban in Hungary to even Xi Jinping in China and Putin, of course, in Russia. So there is there are high stakes, I would say, for the future of democracy, although the perception of which candidate is actually worse for the future of democracy seems to be up for debate among the electorate. Although it seems Kamala Harris isn't out there praising Putin and Orban et al. So you can draw your own conclusions from that.
Yeah, and Ryan, tell us a little bit more about the impact that a close election might have on some of our democratic systems, right? Like, I know there was some optimism this time that if there was just the same amount of polling error that there was in either direction in past elections, we might finally see a call on election night tonight. That's looking less and less likely. I saw a statistic that Barack Obama is the only president in the 21st century to get a call on election night. What do you think is going to be the impact of an extended count?
Yeah, the impact's going to be bad if we're being completely frank about it. I think for the Harris campaign, they wanted to close off the night early by winning one of Georgia and North Carolina. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. They have to rely on these blue wall states, and if they're going to win the blue wall states, they have to rely on that trickle of votes, those trickle of absentee ballots that will lean more Democratic. So you're in for a long night here. If the best outcome for the Harris camp right now is probably going to look something like winning the blue wall states and then maybe winning one or two with Nevada and Arizona. That's a very narrow Harris victory, a 270, a 276 Harris victory. At that point, you're writing the script for another insurrection. That's a narrower victory than in 2020, and that's a victory that will come down to not just several states, but really perhaps even one state. If the election's decided by 10,000 votes in Pennsylvania, better start praying now. Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult time there. for our democracy. Back in 2020, you had the Trump campaign splitting its kind of efforts to overturn some of these results across several states. They made an effort in Michigan to decertify Wayne County. They made an effort in Fulton County to kind of sway the Secretary of State there and put their finger on the scale. They made some efforts in Pennsylvania as well. If it's on one state now, as it looks like it may end up being a very, very close race where one state is the tipping point, yeah, you're going to see those kind of efforts to decertify some of these big blue counties and throw out some votes, maybe even overturn the result, perhaps even intensify.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it's worth
Yeah,
noting.
go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well. I just want to add on to what Ryan was saying there. Even if Harris loses, I would say that there's still a chance for some political violence. We don't know what the final outcome is going to be. And it's also worth noting that even if Trump wins, I've seen reporting from different areas where people have said that even if Trump wins, if it's not a big enough margin, they're going to perceive that as a stolen election. So like if Trump loses the popular vote even, which he's not won the popular vote in either election that he's run in previously. So, it's hard to say what exactly will happen, but it's definitely safe to say that the discourse is going to become more and more toxic, regardless of the outcome of the election, and certainly if Harris wins.
So I also just want to remind everyone, we have these conversations, but we're not catastrophizing too early in the night. A reminder that especially in some states, including Virginia, we are looking at a red mirage. Virginia, especially Fairfax County, a lot of votes likely to come in late. And then specifically in Georgia, I know Hope mentioned that a lot of Metro Atlanta is in, and it's true. But we're also seeing reports that there were some counting issues in counties surrounding Metro Atlanta. Plus, there were also a series, of course, of bomb threats prompted by Russian officials, as CNN reported earlier today. So there is still a chance that there's a significant chunk of new Democratic votes that the models do not currently have at the moment. So honestly, let's shift gears a little bit here, Ryan. There is a big state that's not a swing state in the presidential race, but is a key state in the race both for the popular vote and the House, and that is New York. Can you tell us about some of the dynamics that are happening over there? We don't have any calls for critical House races yet, but it's still one of the more important states that we're looking at.
Yeah, New York is a very critical state for this election. Again, not for the presidential top line of the Electoral College, but both for the popular vote and for the House, like you mentioned. In 2022, 2 years ago, you saw New York take a hard right turn. You saw Kathy Hochul, the incumbent governor, win re-election by just 6 points. For contrast, in Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer won by an even larger margin than that. And of course, now Michigan, the result is in doubt. In New York, it's going to be a very decisive result for Harris. But how decisive will that result be? It looks like right now, the Harris margin in New York is going to be about 5 points to the right of what it was for Joe Biden. So she may win around 18 points. She will not break 20. Some of the New York Times model is projecting, like Joe Biden did. That's kind of consistent with what some of the national polls were showing, a continued tied race in some of these swing states and a national popular vote that's moved 3-4 points to the right of where it was in 2020. Looking at the House here, I have some races written down here. I have Despacito losing on Long Island. That's the North Shore, I believe. I have Molinaro losing. That is in somewhere near upstate. But I have Mike Lawler in the Hudson Valley up, Claudia Tenney up. In Jersey, across the river, I have Tom Keene currently down 3 points with about 51% in. So again, some mixed bags in the House races there. But again, all these races are on 50% reporting. We don't have a true, clear picture yet. But the race for the House then may take a long time if it comes down to New York. New York is a very slow counting state, along with another state with a lot of critical House races, California. So again, it's going to take a long time for the picture to be truly clear in the House, especially since with states like Florida and Texas kind of gerrymandering their maps after the 2020 census and reapportionment cycle, there's not a lot of competitive seats there anymore. It's going to come down to some of these states with more competitive House races, Michigan, New York, California, maybe Oregon. There's 2, I believe, in Ohio that are still out there. So the race for the House may take a little longer than the presidential call, which already may take a few days.
All right, and I just want to point out, none of the House races that are considered the swingiest have been called yet, nor has an upset in the House been called. We definitely expect some of those. There are 435 seats up for election, but the swing House district that is has the highest percentage of vote in is the Virginia 7th district, where Eugene Weinman, of fame for the first Trump impeachment, actually that was his brother, but he was also involved in that scandal, is running against Derek Anderson, a Republican. 66% of the vote is in here, and Weinman is leading by just point and a half, which is quite a close election. This is a district currently held by Democratic Representative Abigail Spanberger, who is anticipated to run for governor next year. Virginia governors have a one-term limit, so she would be running for an MP seat, likely against Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears. Ryan, any thoughts on this race or some of the ones that have more of the vote in?
I don't have any thoughts on that. I do have some thoughts in the Senate, though. It's looking, I think, to me pretty likely that Sherrod Brown will not get the margins that he needs to run ahead of Kamala Harris and hold on to his Senate seat there. He's currently down by about 5 points with 72% reporting. I think that one's almost off the board. We pushed it to lean here. It's almost a called. That would mean that Democrats, to win control, would need to flip Texas maybe, but again, that's not looking too good with Trump actually pushing towards 10 points in the margin. Colin Allred, again, is running ahead of Kamala Harris, but not as much as he needs to. Maybe a Hail Mary shot in Nebraska, but again, not looking too good there. And then Montana here was just called immediately at polls close for Donald Trump. So again, you need a big overperformance by Tester there, which is not what the polls have been showing. And the polls, for the most part, have been pretty accurate tonight. They were showing essentially a tied race in the Rust Belt with maybe the Sun Belt 1 or 2 points to the right of that. That's pretty much what we're seeing right now. You're seeing these dead heats in the Rust Belt in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, those final polling averages. Michigan, D plus negative less than 1, Wisconsin, about the same number, PA tied, and then maybe some small leads in the Rust Belt or the Sun Belt. That's pretty much what you're seeing tonight. And if the polls in the Senate race in Montana are anything like the accuracy of the national polls, it looks like Republicans are pretty clear favorites to hold on to the Senate or gain the Senate.
While the polling industry might get a well-deserved break tonight, the godmother of the polling industry, Ann Selzer, does not look to be having the night that some anticipated that she might be having. But of course, even the best pollsters sometimes produce an outlier. So thanks for that update, Ryan. We will take another look at the race of the House and the Senate coming up in the next hour. We're also going to get some critical results from swing states. We should get bigger counts in Georgia and North Carolina and get our correspondents from that area back in. We will see you then. Thank you. right, welcome back to the Roundtable. I'm Rohit Narayanan. We have Hope Perry and Naisha Silvestre in the studio and Ryan Konarska at the Magic Wall. This is shaping up to be an election night that, like many commentators predicted, would be very, very close. And we're still waiting on calls on any of the key swing states. So we want to take a quick look at the map. Naisha, do you want to start us off with Georgia, some of the vote remaining, and why some commentators are so confident that it might be in the Trump column?
Yeah, so Georgia currently, with about 90% of the vote in, is polling 51% Trump, 48% Harris. The remaining 7% of that vote primarily comes from a few of the metro Atlanta counties, such as Gwinnett County and Clayton County, but also the more stronghold Republican areas, such as Franklin County, Bullock County, and Carroll County, which is southwest of Atlanta. However, there is still, it'll most likely lean Republican, looking at see where these majority of these votes are remaining. But there is some hope, if people want to think that way, due to a big share of the votes coming from like Chatham County, which is where Savannah is in, and like I said, Gwinnett and Fulton. But one interesting thing to look at right now is like Gwinnett County isn't as far to the left as it was in the past few elections. Like right now, Harris only has a 13-point lead, which is running behind what Biden had done. So I think because she is not doing as well as Biden did in some of these metro Atlanta counties, as well as like Savannah, Columbus, that many are thinking that Georgia will likely be a Republican.
Yeah, talk to some of the demographics there. What are we looking at in Gwinnett County, where Harris is running a little bit weaker? And what demographic groups might those be?
So Gwinnett County, it being a metro Atlanta county, has a higher Black population compared to the rest of the state, but it also isn't as urban as like Atlanta proper and Fulton County. And we've kind of seen some shift to the rightward in some of these minority groups among like Asian Americans and Black Americans within Georgia. But I think a lot of it isn't necessarily due to race, but also industry as well, because these tend to be higher collar workers who are going to Atlanta to work. And those tend to be a little bit more Republican within Georgia. And I think the fact that there wasn't another like statewide race kind of hindered Harris's chance in this election.
Yeah, definitely. So Hope, like one of the big narratives of the election has been the Republicans' play for men, specifically younger men of color, but men also as a broad category. How would you assess that as work based on what we've seen tonight?
Yeah, well, it's hard to say right now because we don't have all of the demographic breakdowns for turnout yet, especially from a lot of these swing states. I'm still kind of waiting for some of that information to drop for us, but based on exit polls that I was seeing, specifically of young men, I saw an exit poll earlier, I think a CBS exit poll, though I could be incorrect on that, and someone could put in the chat if they've seen the one I'm talking about. But this exit poll showed that among young voters, Harris had improved slightly in Arizona and I think in Nevada, but she had lost significant ground in blue wall states, specifically Michigan, something like 29 points, I want to say. So that's the younger vote. As far as the vote of men goes, again, I want to kind of defer to some reporting I heard Ased Hernan do this week on New York Times, the Run Up podcast. He was in Wisconsin talking to a lot of young voters, a lot of young men, a lot of young white men in Wisconsin, who were talking about how, a couple of them just didn't agree with Harris's policies, or they said they didn't want a woman in the White House. They just didn't like the Democrats. And a lot of them were saying that they got their news from, podcasts like Joe Rogan, who, he endorsed Trump last night. So I think that the trends are kind of holding. There's a pretty big chasm between young people, the votes of, women ages 18 to 29 and men ages 18 to 29. We were seeing in the polling that there was something like a 35 point gap in that, which is larger than in previous elections, although women have always leaned more liberal than men at all age groups. But I think that what we're seeing again is that the polling looks like it's held up pretty well, even among those categories that people have considered a little bit harder to poll.
I just want to add, like going to that exit poll that you're referring to, the CBS one, like Trump is basically leading in young men ages 18 to 29, but this is a group that Joe Biden had won by 11 points in 2020. So really, like, one major theory by like sociologists has been like that these men are more likely to listen to podcasts such as Joe Rogan, but also the effect of streamers as well, which is something that hasn't really been as studied.
Naisha, do you think that Harris's decision not to carve out time to go on the Joe Rogan podcast in her last days of the campaign influenced, or do you think that might not have been a good forum for her campaign anyway?
I'm not sure if that really had a big impact on this election, seeing how I would presume that some of Rogan's supporters were already decided one way or the other as to who they would vote. But I would push back on the idea that she had decided not to do the podcast, as she did request an interview. However, they weren't able to find a time that would work for them, and Rogan didn't want to travel to wherever she was at the time. So I would say an attempt was made there. Would that have helped her gain some of that younger men vote? Maybe, but as Hope said, like, time will tell. But at this point, it's all in the margins, so it could have.
I mean, I also want to add that I think that, looking at the demographic breakdown of those who are the most common listeners of Joe Rogan's podcast, it's already heavily demographically leaning towards those who are likely to vote for Trump anyway. And I'll also say that, for him to be so influential and to make an endorsement, the day before the election without speaking to another one of the candidates, I think kind of speaks to the fact that where his listener base is. So I'm not sure that it would have made a difference. It probably would have made for some, great digital marketing stuff for the Harris campaign, but they've been pretty strong on that all throughout the campaign. It doesn't look like that's really made a huge dent.
Absolutely. Okay, so Ryan, tell us what's happening in the Rust Belt. What should we be looking at, especially as these states, some a little bit faster than expected, start to come in? And give us the comparison on both the presidential race and the Senate race.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the states where we play most clearly in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania here. In Pennsylvania in particular, again, we're going to be waiting on those Philadelphia ballots for a long time. One county that I want to point out that has finished up, Lackawanna County, that contains Scranton, the home of Joe Biden. This is a classic white working class county. It's seen this kind of deindustrialization, like heart of the Rust Belt, and it's moved about 5-6 points to the right. That's 100% finished up there. The only counties that you really see move left in Pennsylvania, somewhere like Cumberland County, that's just outside Harrisburg. That's a suburban county. You might consider one of those more college-educated counties. That's moved left, but only by about 1 point. So they're running out of places here where they can move the needle a little bit to the left. You're seeing the rural areas continue their march to the right. Not a huge swing, not like a 2016 level swing, but again, a continued 2, 3, 4 point swing to the right. And there's just not that many places where they can draw it back a little bit. I haven't looked at Wisconsin too much. What I can tell you in Michigan is that they're expecting about 230,000 votes cast in Detroit. That would be down 25,000 votes from last time. They're expecting Trump to win about 8% of those, maybe a little closer to 10. He won 3% last time. So again, you're seeing some improvements there in Detroit, which, as we said earlier, is a heavily black city. Now let's talk about those Senate races. There's 3 crucial Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And a lot of the people I had expected earlier tonight, they're popular incumbents. They've been around for a long time in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Alyssa Slotkin seeking to replace retiring Senator Debbie Stabenow there in Michigan. And you would have expected them to maybe run a few points ahead of the top of the ticket. That's not really happening right now. Bob Casey here, who won his last Senate race in 2018 in Pennsylvania by some 18 odd points, is currently tracking pretty close to Kamala Harris's percentage there. And that opens the possibility that we really haven't been considering before tonight, where if these 3 states fall to Donald Trump here, you could have a situation where you have a 55 to 45 Republican Senate. That'd be the largest majority in the Senate since the 1990s.
Absolutely. And this is the exact same situation that we saw in 2016, when a lot of the statewide races, which were predicted to have different polling margins, tracked extremely closely to how Trump was doing. Trump was only a few percentages of a point behind in New Hampshire. And the governor there, Chris Sununu, pulled it out. The one big exception in 2016 was North Carolina governor, where Pat McCrory lost in 2016, and it looked like Mark Robinson has lost in 2024. So there are some historical parallels there. You think that Joe Biden has a case, Ryan, that he might have done better in this election than Kamala Harris in these states?
No, I don't think so. I think the exit polling shows pretty clear. He had a very underwater approval rating. I think if they had not changed out President Biden for Vice President Harris, you'd be looking at a steep landslide right now. It could even be called at this point. Couple of other things I want to point out here. we're in the realm of possibility now where we could be looking at a Trump popular vote victory. What does that mean? Why is it happening? Let's take a look at New York and New Jersey, two states that are very Democratic, but where the margins are shifting. The New York Times model now has Harris up only 14 points in New York. She went up by 20, or Joe Biden won it by 23 points last time around. In Queens, for example, a borough that President Biden won about 73% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is currently on 62%. In the Bronx, down from 83 to 73%. These areas that used to be the backbone of the Democratic coalition, you're seeing real shifts in regards to Black and Hispanic voters that are moving towards the right. Now in New Jersey here, the current New York Times model has Harris up 7% there. So that means that Florida will be a much safer state than New Jersey in this election if these numbers are anything near right. And that's the kind of situation where you may see the popular vote picture begin to change a little bit there. As far as that goes for the House, a lot of these areas like Queens and the Bronx, they don't have competitive House seats. In Long Island, we're still waiting to see right now about a little over the half the vote in Nassau County in Long Island. And it looks like the vote there is just about tied. That's a county that President Biden won by about 10 points last time. There's still competitive House seats there. But again, you're seeing the picture now kind of take a hold, and you're seeing most places in the country that have finished up move a little bit to the right. Not a huge swing, but a little swing. And you're seeing the trends that we saw in 2020, Republicans did better than 2016. They're continuing to do better. And some of those areas where Democrats did better in 2020 than in 2016, think those college-educated white suburban areas, the Republicans are actually doing a little bit better. In Loudoun County, there's been little bit of a swing to the right. In Morris County, a county that Biden flipped for the first time since 1964, in northern New Jersey, think Morristown, Dover, those wealthy, affluent towns outside New York City, Trump's currently winning that. So yeah, again, you're seeing some of those areas that Democrats really need to continue that kind of momentum that they saw in 2016, 18, 20, and even in 2022. It's actually a reverting story of this election. And it's the reason why Kamala Harris is having such a tough time winning Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Fantastic, Ryan. I want to flag one last thing for our viewers. Dan Osborne is actually still a little bit ahead in Nebraska with about 45 to 49% of the vote counted. He is, however, only running about 8 points ahead of Kamala Harris, which is probably not enough for him to close the gap, but we don't know where the remaining votes are. This is an independent candidate running in Nebraska, and one of the few places where the ticket splitting effect actually has shown, though Dan Osborne is, of course, not a Democrat. We have a lot more to talk about, get some results from Arizona, talk a little bit about Minnesota, which has been turned out to be one of the states that is ending up being rather close, Tim Walz's home state. And we will be back at midnight to break some of those things down. See you then. All right, we are back here at the round table with Hope Perry, Naisha Silvestre, and at the Magic Wall. It is night on the East Coast, and we actually know a surprising amount. This shows that a lot of states have improved their counting procedures since 2020. Also, we don't have an ongoing pandemic, so we know a lot more. I'm going to throw it straight over to Ryan to give us a state of the race in some of the key counties, look at some of the House districts. The race for the Senate is basically over, but the race for the presidency and the House are still pending. So Ryan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's walk through this map here. So right now, the three biggest states that everyone's taking a look at are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And since, like you mentioned, that we're seeing more of the vote in than we expect at this point, it's time to start talking about, for Harris, how much gas is left in the tank to make up these margins in each state. Let's go to Wisconsin here. In Dane County, the home of Madison, this is a very college-educated white county. It contains the state capital, a lot of state workers. They're at 94% here, okay? This is the biggest vote for Dems in the state, and it's pretty much fully reported. Now, if you want some hope for Kamala in Wisconsin here, take a look at Milwaukee County. Again, the home of Milwaukee. It's a very large city, large Black population, substantial white working class population as well. But again, this is the second strongest vote swing for Democrats in the state, maybe about tied with Dane. That's at 55%. So there is a lot of the vote to go there in Milwaukee. But again, how much will Milwaukee provide for Democrats if it's swinging a little bit towards the right remains to be seen. In Michigan here, Wayne County right now on the Times website is at 17%. Detroit's going to take a long time. It's how it is every election. They have all the ballots there in Huntington Place, the convention center that they're going to be going through. They're going to be going through them all night. It may take a long time to see until the morning how much of the vote comes in Wayne there. But of the counties that have wrapped up, I want to spotlight one of them, Eaton County. This is outside Lansing. This contains a lot of state workers, a lot of folks who work at Michigan State. This was one of the closest counties in the state last time around. It was, I believe, Trump +1. It's now Trump +5, so it's moved 4 points to the right. So again, not encouraging signs there. It's looking like in Oakland County, again, a suburban county, a lot of white college-educated folks there. Harris may be matching her 2020 margin, but not exceeding it. And we're at the point in the night places where she needs to kind of start improving on Biden's performance, and we're just not seeing that. Let's go to Pennsylvania here. Again, the second biggest vote sink in the state for Democrats is Allegheny County. Allegheny County contains Pittsburgh, a big Rust Belt town, but a very Democratic town. It's a place where Joe Biden did very well last time. He won it by about 20 points. Harris is on track to do the same, but it's done. There are no more votes pretty much to report left in Allegheny County. If you take a look at Philadelphia there, there's 22% of the vote left. So there's probably gonna be that continued slow trickle of absentees in. But again, you're looking at all these states here where Trump's building up that, and you're seeing him consistently do 3 to 5 points better in the counties that are reported. She's got to either start doing very, very well in some of these big urban centers, or she has to start swinging some areas back towards her where maybe Joe Biden did better than Hillary Clinton last time. And we're just not seeing that. And I think the biggest thing to look at now is in the race for the Senate. The race for the Senate essentially is over. Republicans will control the Senate. They're going to pick up Ohio. They're going to pick up West Virginia. They'll probably pick up Montana at this rate. It's not looking super great, as you mentioned in the last update, in Nebraska. But now the question turns to these three Rust Belt states. How will the Senate candidates do? I put on the board here how each Senate candidate in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania is doing relative to the presidential margin. In Michigan, in the Slotkin-Rogers race, Alyssa Slotkin's doing about 2 points better on margin. In Wisconsin, Baldwin's doing about 1 point better. In Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, who has been in the Senate since 2006, is only a percentage point better than Kamala Harris in the presidential margin. And if you're seeing these R2 races across the Rust Belt, that's the kind of the projected margin at this point, it opens this serious conversation of whether some or maybe all three of these Senate races could flip red, giving us a 55-45 Republican Senate. There's still some other states on the board. We don't have a ton out of Arizona yet, so we're not really seeing what's going on there. Early indications look like Kari Lake is losing perhaps in Arizona, so that may be a bright spot for the Democrats, but it won't matter if they're losing 3 Senate races, or 4 Senate races if you include Ohio, in the Midwest here. I will say, Sherrod Brown, it looks like he has lost, but he put up a good fight. He did about 7 points better than the Kamala Harris President Trump margin, but it won't matter because Donald Trump's winning Ohio by 11 points. And then in Texas here, Colin Allred, who also has lost, did about 5 points better than the Harris-Trump margin. But we may be seeing a race in Texas that approaches Trump +12. So the one more thing we can look at is the race for the House. A bit of a mixed bag across the board. In Iowa, you're seeing Mariannette Miller-Meeks is currently down slightly. You're seeing in Pennsylvania 2 of these House races in the Lehigh Valley, in Lackawanna and Scranton. Matt Cartwright and Susan Wild, they're currently losing. In Bucks County, Brian Fitzpatrick is probably going to win re-election. He's been holding on for a long time. the path to a House majority for either party is a little muddled at this stage. We're going to want to see more of California, but we won't see that for a few days. But at the moment here, everything is pretty much leading us towards this conclusion that there probably will be a Trump victory. And at this point, there will be a Republican Senate to go along with it.
Absolutely. So, Ryan, one thing that we're really seeing is that in 2020, one of the major forces in the election was that we were seeing disparate wins of Republican and Democratic winners across the board. We were seeing Democrats gain significantly in some areas and Republicans gain significantly in other areas. This is a very different circumstance. We're showing consistent, small, very small, consistent Republican gains in a wide variety of places, which point to some of the fundamentals that we were talking about in the first segment. One thing that we're not seeing, contrary to some of the things that I brought up, is a significant Jill Stein vote. The Jill Stein vote has still been particularly low, possibly lower than her 2016 total, likely not enough to make up the margin in any of these critical states, unless it continues to get closer. Ryan, would you say that we're expecting close races in the Midwest states based on how the numbers are going, or do we think that we might be ready for a call in a few hours?
Yeah, I think we're looking at a point where they could make a call tonight. I think Wayne County may take a long time, and that may delay the Michigan call. But unless there is going to be a ton of vote left in Philadelphia, for example, that may get called tonight. In Wisconsin, we'll have to see about Milwaukee as well. But really, that Philadelphia on 78 number there makes it difficult for me to see how we don't call Donald Trump as the winner in Pennsylvania tonight, and thus essentially the winner of the election. I want to go back to what you mentioned about the consistent small shift across the board. That is what we've been seeing. If you look at a swing map of places that have finished up tonight, you're seeing a consistent 2 to 5% swing from Democratic to Republican across all of these counties pretty much. 2020 was essentially a continuation of trends, places where we saw Hillary Clinton do better than Mitt Romney, those suburban areas. Joe Biden did better. Places where we saw Donald Trump make improvements, those white working class areas continued in 2020. But here, it seems as if there is some issue that is making 2 to 4% of voters change their mind from the previous election to now. And what could that be? As we discussed in the fundamentals section earlier, it's probably the economy, inflation, things like that. It's been a consistent thing here. One thing I did not expect to see tonight is these kind of college-educated suburban areas revert a little bit towards the Republicans. It's clear that some of that democracy messaging surrounding January 6th, surrounding Trump's instability, that was supposed to be targeted towards those high education white voters did not pay off in these areas.
So, Naisha, I want to talk a little bit about the broader trends within the Republican Party, because we're seeing candidates like Eric Hovde in Wisconsin, Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. These are generally like really rich guys, and both of those people were attacked for being out-of-staters. Eric Hovde's from California, Dave McCormick is from Connecticut. On the other hand, both of them are matching Trump's totals in those states, and it's Kari Lake who has this reputation as being a Trump firebrand, who's significantly underperforming the former president, plus Mark Robinson. What would you say about what that says about the general electorate and their interest in different types of Republicans?
I think it shows that the general electorate, and specifically the Republican Party, while they're fond of Trump, they are not necessarily looking for Trump-like figures in every aspect of their voting life. Like Eden mentioned earlier, scandals for Trump do not have the same effect as scandals for like Mark Robinson or Kari Lake do. So I think in that aspect, that has definitely impacted the race for Mark Robinson and Kari Lake, who are very distinct candidates. Like Mark Robinson had that scandal of his due to anti-Semitism and other factors as well, as whereas Kari Lake is also a perennial candidate who has run for governor and Senate in the past. So there is more familiarity from the voter base in Arizona there. So that could also play a factor. And I think in a way like Dave McCormick and Bob Casey can just be seen as more safer Republicans in a way, because they're coming from that traditional base that previous candidates to Trump have also come from.
We might be jumping ahead of ourselves a little bit, but I wonder if it says something about the different types of messaging and how effective they were, right? Because there is a school of thought within the Democratic Party that the key to beating Republicans is to really focus in on the economic argument, highlighting the fact that they're running billionaires who are looking to cut their taxes. Yet the multimillionaires in the race, Dave McCormick and Eric Hovde, seem to be doing fine. It's the candidates who are perceived to be a threat to democracy or a fringe, a crank. Those are the candidates who are doing much more poorly. Any thoughts on that, Naisha?
Yeah, I think there's also the aspirational part of that, in that many voters may choose to vote for people like Dave McCormick or Bob Casey or Trump in a way because they're multimillionaires and or billionaires, not in spite of it, because they think that like because these candidates have done so well in the business world, they will do well for the economy and for inflation in general, and therefore they will better impact these voters. Whereas using a messaging of like being anti-democracy, etc., while it might be a little bit more abstract, voters have seen the real life implications of this with January 6th and other parts, and voters specifically in Arizona have seen implications of like this polarization. So I think it's a matter of knowing who your electorate is in each state. So this anti-MAGA messaging in Arizona might have worked, but I'm not sure it would have had the same impact in Pennsylvania, for example, where we have like a lot of blue collar workers.
Before we wrap up, I want to highlight two race calls that might have slipped under the radar. In New Hampshire, the only contested gubernatorial election, Republican Kelly Ayotte has defeated her Democratic opponent, Joyce Craig, which keeps the New Hampshire governorship in Republican hands. And in North Carolina, the attorney general's race has gone to the Democrats. Jeff Jackson, who is a Democrat known for his TikTok videos, is leading in that race against Congressman Dan Bishop, who was redistricted out of his district. So, Ryan, any thoughts on either of those races and what it portends for some of the down ballot implications?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the down ballot applications are pretty interesting. As you mentioned, Democrats have, or you didn't mention this, but I'm going to mention it. Democrats have put a lot of energy since 2016 in trying to really focus on those down ballot races, not just attorney generals, but not just secretaries of state, but also state house, state assemblies, state senates. I received a text earlier from a friend who works on Governor Whitmer's team in Michigan, who said at this point it's just a matter of how many state house races we'll lose. When Democrats flipped that chamber 2 years ago in Michigan, a 56-54 narrow majority. Now it looks like Democrats may suffer losses 5, maybe even 10 seats in that chamber. So you're seeing a lot of down ballot losses here. In some places you are. I mean, again, like you mentioned, North Carolina has been a bright spot for the Democratic Party. But just across the board here, if you're looking for a narrative that says this is a shellacking, then it is. I mean, there's a pretty consistent swing, and except in a few select places, like maybe North Carolina, it's taking down Democrats with it.
Shellacking maybe, but also like significantly, as we mentioned earlier, small, consistent shifts across the board rather than one major trend. Great discussion, folks. We will be back at the 1 a.m. hour. Stay with us. Okay, we are back at the round table. I'm here with Naisha Silvestre and Ryan Konarska at the Magic Wall. This late in the night, one of the big open questions at the moment, without full results from the presidential race, which is still close, though Donald Trump obviously has a significant advantage at this point in the night, is the race for the House of Representatives. Naisha, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about what you think the implications of having a Democratic House might be, especially with Republicans projected to have taken the Senate and having a strong chance at retaking the presidency.
So if Congress were to split and we would have the Republican Senate and a Democratic House, I think we would see a stalwart within the Congress, like having issues with getting bills to get passed. We might see more threats of a government shutdown as we saw during the Biden presidency. However, even with that, like we've seen that Democrats have been more willing to compromise in a way to stop the government from shutting down. I think also if you have a Democratic House but a Republican Senate, I can still see things like the immigration bill going through, since that's something that was a bipartisan bill, as well as some more social issues. But I think in general, it wouldn't be as much of a productive Congress as it would be if Republicans had both controls of the House and the Senate, or if Democrats had both control of the House and the Senate.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan, can you fill us in on some of the key races for the House and which way they're leading?
Yeah, so I've just been kind of going through, taking a look around the race map now. I can count 4 seats where I think the Democratic candidate is ahead of a Republican incumbent, plus 2 notional seats, notional gains at Alabama, Louisiana. I didn't really factor in some of the New York and North Carolina redistrictings there, and I can count 3 other seats where Republicans are ahead of Democrat incumbents. I think there's a few seats that are really close that will be worth watching. Marcy Kaptur, the longest serving woman in the House of Representatives in Ohio. That's a seat based around Toledo. That's a very, very close race. I believe she may pull that off by just a few hundred votes. Remember, last time in 2022, she won by like 13 points, or a big margin there. There's 2 races in Michigan worth watching. Kristen McDowell-Rivet, she's a state senator. She's running for a seat that's based in Flint, Saginaw, Midland, very white working class area. It looks like she's ahead right now, but there's still a lot of vote out. We'll see. It could go either way. A seat that Democrats may gain is Derek Van Orden's seat in Wisconsin's 3rd. This is outside Madison in the Driftless area of the state. That's actually a very interesting candidate because he was attacked for, I believe it was drunkenly abusing staff last year. He was also seen pretty visibly intoxicated on local television last week. So there's been some negative headlines there with him. It looks like Marionette Miller Meeks will pull it out by maybe 100 votes. Last time she won by 6, so it's a pretty big swing. And then in the West Coast there, again, still early days. It looks like Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez is up in Washington, but again, still about 40% of the vote out. And then Chavez DeRemer in Oregon is behind. In Arizona, it looks like Dave Schweikert's also doubtful. So overall, the House picture right now is not really matching the national picture. Nationally, we're seeing that Trump is probably going to win, perhaps by even a margin that may exceed his 2016 margin. And he may even win the national popular vote, and you may expect to see a House majority of 230, 235 Republican seats. You're just not seeing those kind of gains for the Republicans at the moment. If anything, you're seeing a few gains for the Democrats, opening the possibility that maybe we'll see a Democratic House. I know there's some projections. I can think of Decision Desk HQ right now has Trump as an overwhelming favorite to win the presidency, and actually a 58% chance the Democrats win the House. So it's a very interesting split picture going on. You're seeing a lot of race by race factors at play. And overall, there is not going to be at this stage, it appears before we get to California, before we get to some of these late results in the West Coast, it does not appear that there will be a national House landslide for Republicans.
Ryan, how could you explain Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez running in this extremely tight district, and still running a really close race with a significant percentage of the vote in? I know it's early days on the West Coast, but there's still like a pretty significant percentage of the vote in. Gluesenkamp-Perez is holding her own. She's, of course, running again against Joe Kemp, who is a conspiracy theorist, perhaps fitting with what we talked about last round.
Definitely, yeah. So a couple of things there. The first thing is that she has been able to carve out this kind of independent image for the Democratic Party. You see that with some other members as well. Jared Golden, Mary Peltola, those people come to mind as people who have been able to find some kind of independent Democratic identity, that they are, mavericks who will maybe buck the party line in some key issues that are of relevance to these districts. The second thing, as you mentioned, is that Joe Kent is a very far right candidate. We mentioned earlier some of these places in the Senate races, like Joe McCormick, for example, Dave McCormick, sorry, is someone who is essentially a finance CEO, fairly uncontroversial socially, not going to cause a bunch of big issues. Joe Kent is a conspiracy theorist, and that does have an impact in some of these kind of close races, especially against a very strong against a very strong Democrat that's been able to carve out a local brand for herself. So she may win that seat there in Washington. And then, we'll have to wait what goes on with Golden and Peltola. Those will be key for the House. But again, if you're looking at a situation where there's a 219 Democrat, 216 Republican House with the Trump presidency, with the Trump Senate, how much can they block, especially when you have some of these independent-minded Democrats who are willing to maybe buck the party line and work with Republicans on some issues like preventing a government shutdown, passing an immigration bill? What kind of concessions are they willing to give to keep the flow of government moving when there's just going to be, maybe if there is a Democratic House majority, 2 or 3 independent-minded Democrats standing in the way between Donald Trump and full control of the United States federal government?
Honestly, if I were Donald Trump, one of the scenarios I'd be worried about also is 219 Republicans in the House of Representatives, given how much trouble the narrow House majority has been for the current situation. Now, with a Republican president, will leaders be less likely to buck their leadership, run 16 to 20 votes for the speakership? It's an open question, but as Ryan pointed out, sometimes it might be easier to work with a Democratic majority and peel off some independent members than manage a fractious House majority in a party that has gotten increasingly difficult to wrangle.
Yeah, definitely. I think we should begin to consider what this potential Republican government will look like. As you mentioned, the Republicans had an extremely hard time managing a narrow House majority. What happens if it's even narrower? And I think the biggest thing going forward is that even more so than 2016, Donald Trump does not really presented a clear, coherent economic plan. Again, we were talking about some of the tariffs that he wants to put in, some of the American peronism. But then you have people like Elon Musk, major Trump surrogates, which are proposing 1990 style IMF bailouts to third world countries. You're seeing huge fiscal austerity being proposed. How can you reconcile these things? How can you reconcile when Trump wants to boost domestic manufacturing and Mike Johnson saying that he wants to repeal the CHIPS Act? You're going to have a lot of people are in the kitchen in a potential Republican-led government that are going to have a lot of different competing priorities that are essentially at odds with each other. They campaigned on a variety of different promises to appeal to a variety of different constituencies. Hey, it may have worked. They may have won an election. But the hard task now is going to be governing, and it's going to be interesting to see where these kind of policy priorities between the different aspects of the Republican base are going to win out.
Okay, Naisha, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the ballot amendments that were on the ballot this time. So, like in the past 2 years, we have had abortion amendments on a variety of state ballots. We had an abortion amendment in Florida, which failed to meet the 60% vote. And there was some hope among Democrats that these amendments, including in Montana, where John Tester is on the ballot, would continue to boost Democratic candidates by boosting Democratic turnout. Rather, in the presidential year, it seems we're seeing the opposite, in the sense that Republican presidential turnout has lowered support for some of these ballot initiatives. Would you agree with that assessment? And how do you think that issue has played in the context of presidential politics?
Yeah, I think ballot initiatives have been a really interesting factor to look at, especially compared to 2022 midterms. Like you mentioned, we had states like Montana, but also Maryland and Missouri, where abortion was on the ballot. In Maryland, of course, that amendment ended up passing, and then they did end up voting for Angela Alsobrooks into the Senate, and Maryland did go for Kamala Harris. However, Missouri is a really interesting case in which their abortion amendment, which legalized abortion, ended up passing. However, Josh Hawley, their current gubernatorial candidate, and Trump are all leading in the polls. So it's showing that people will show up for abortion, but I wonder if, because it's already on the ballot to be able to legalize, if we see fewer Republicans splitting from the Republican ticket at the top. And another interesting ballot initiative that I saw was in Kentucky, where they banned an initiative that would give public funding to private schools, which tends to be more of a center-right, center-left policy. So I think ultimately what all of these ballot initiatives are telling us is that once we actually go on the issues, people will vote however they feel, but they will continue to vote according to whatever party to which they're registered. So that polarization is still in effect, even if they don't necessarily agree with the policies of the party on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially in the midterms and especially in the off-year midterms, turnout is a huge issue when it comes to these ballot initiatives. I wonder if we're realizing, as maybe some of the pundits should have caught ahead of time, that turnout is not as big in the presidential race, because the presidential race is really what's driving the turnout, and the ballot initiatives are assessed on their own merit.
Yeah, so turnout definitely makes a big difference here because we're having more people actually chip in and have their vote heard. But I do think a lot of it is the fact that the ballot initiatives are able to be assessed on their own merit, because I could easily see why I could imagine a potential Trump voter who would vote for Trump, vote for Josh Hawley, vote for the Republican governor, but still vote against this initiative to legalize abortion because they realize they want that economic benefit, but still want abortion to be legalized. And if you look at Missouri again, like Josh Hawley is trailing 5, 6 points behind Trump as well as behind their gubernatorial candidate. So I wonder if that's because of his rhetoric, it being more MAGA, and him like promising a total abortion ban could have had an effect on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lucas Kunce in Missouri has run a couple of times, and Democrats have generally been impressed with his run, though he obviously did not come as close as some Democrats have in the past when Missouri was a more elastic state. Ryan, now every poll in the United States is closed, including in Alaska and Hawaii. What are some races out west that you think people should continue watching as the night goes on?
Well, definitely, there's been this big question tonight about these Senate races in these blue wall states, if we can even call it that anymore. And again, it's still not looking great for Tammy Baldwin, Alyssa Slotkin, and Bob Casey in these states. And that opens the question of what about Jackie Rosen in Nevada? If the Senate races in these states are tracking very closely to the top line presidential results, could she be in some trouble there? Could that open the door to a 56-44 Republican Senate majority? We'll have to see there. I think in Arizona, there are some House races that may be crucial to determining the House. And then in California, of course, there's a whole smattering of things there. The California projected margin last time I saw the Times was about 23. That'd be a 6-point shift left. But again, like the national picture at this point is pretty much settling into place. I would not be surprised if we saw a Pennsylvania call pretty soon. Philadelphia is about 90% reporting now, and there's still a pretty steep, I'd see Republicans just want to control the Senate on CNN, but I think we knew that for a while now. So, yeah, I think there's maybe some interesting cases out west, and then hey, maybe if there's a scenario where it's a tied house or something, and Mary Peltola is a deciding vote, we'll have to see what happens in the ranked choice results there in about a week so time. But yeah, I think the biggest thing, like you mentioned, Naisha, like these referendums in the ballot. What's clear to me is that abortion was not the most salient issue for voters, even female voters in this election, like it may have been in 2022. That was a key driving force behind a lot of these election results that we saw in the midterms, and clearly now access to reproductive care was not the deciding issue when people were going in the polling booth. It appears we can infer based on this pretty uniform swing that it may have been the economy.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's watch those races as it goes in. I want to flag one thing, which is Jackie Rosen is running 5 points ahead of Kamala Harris right now in Nevada. So that might be something to consider and talk about in our last session next hour. Go ahead.
That'd be higher than each Bob Casey, Baldwin, and Slotkin are doing. They're running about 1-2 points ahead. 5 points ahead is about what Colin Allred did. And given that Nevada is going to be a lot closer than Texas, I think we could say maybe Jackie Rosen's in a better spot than those other three. But yeah, certainly really worth watching these Senate races now in the Rust Belt for determining how big the Republican Senate majority is going to be there. What kind of leeway do they have when it comes to confirming cabinet secretaries and confirming Supreme Court justices? Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, we will be back for our last session at 2 a.m. Eastern Time. We will likely not have a result for the presidential race or the House race, but we will have some wrap-up thoughts. So join us back here at 2 a.m. Eastern Time. This is the Roundtable. we are back for our final iteration of the roundtable. I am here with Hope Perry and Naisha Silvestre and Ryan Konarska at the Magic Wall. So we have predicted at the 1 a.m. cycle that we wouldn't have a projection tonight, and that turns out to be one more wrong piece of punditry from the roundtable crew. Multiple major news outlets have called the presidency for Donald Trump. Donald Trump will almost certainly be returning to the White House come January. Still tight races for the House, and the size of the the Republican victory in the Senate and the presidency is yet to be determined. We don't know if it's going to be a squeaker again, especially in those Rust Belt states. Will the Senate candidates pull it off? We'll have a lot more, and these will be things that we'll be discussing for weeks to come. Given this is our last time before we close out the night, we wanted to consider some of the things that happened tonight, try to break it down. So Hope, do you think there's anything that we saw go wrong in the campaign thus far?
Rohit, we were talking a little bit earlier off camera, just kind of about what's happened and, how we're reading these trends. And I think the conclusion that I've kind of come to is, there's a lot of people with takes across the internet right now about things that the Harris campaign did wrong. Should it have even been the Harris campaign? Should all of the Biden staff been fired? Should Biden have resigned? A lot of things going on. And I think that it's possible that any number of these things could have happened. There could have been a primary for the Democrats, a flash primary, and I think it's still very possible that the Democrats would lose. I think looking at these maps that show these rightward shifts, it doesn't, and the results that we're seeing also like in down ballot races, I think it's hard to imagine a world in which any Democrat could have won the presidency this year. That anti-incumbency bias we talked about early in the night looks to have held pretty true. Another thing that I saw is an exit poll showing that Latino men shifted 35 points to the right towards Trump in this election, which was something that we had talked about earlier about certain demographic groups, specifically Latino men and Black men shifting toward Trump. And that appears to have held true. If you look at these maps that are showing the results coming in, almost all of the country shifted somewhat to the right in this election. So I don't think that I'm hard pressed to find, there are of course things that any campaign could do differently, but based on what we're seeing and the fact that Trump is going to probably win the popular vote also this time, I think indicates to me that, the country wanted Trump and that's who they'll get, not because Harris was a particularly incompetent campaigner or there were issues that she didn't address well. Although, of course, those are still critiques that can and will be made, and they should be made. There should always be critiques of the candidates and their campaigns. And, the Democratic Party is going to have a lot of soul searching to do going into, 2026, which I'm sure they're already, people are already thinking about. So back to you, Rohit.
Yeah, Naisha, would you care to add on to that? Do you think there's anything that you feel like the Democrats should have stressed more, or do you think that this race at the end of the day came down to the fundamentals?
I think ultimately with the race that Kamala Harris had inherited in late July, it was essentially her race to lose. Well, sorry, Trump's race to lose, because she had like a pretty high mountain ahead of her if she wanted to pull this off, seeing how she entered the race pretty late. And I think it's exactly what Hope has said, that we've seen a pretty rightward shift across the nation from every demographic, but particularly from men ages 18 to 29, and that could have been a really big factor in this election here. So I don't think it is something like what there could have been something that Harris could have done in order to make her campaign like more successful, especially in these last few weeks when looking at the get out the vote effort as well as their ground game. Like the Harris campaign had put in a lot more money and had done a lot more ground campaigning than the Trump campaign. So I think just frankly, because Trump had won the popular vote, it just shows that more Americans this time around wanted Trump.
Hope, how much would you assess the impact of the situation in the Middle East, the Israel-Hamas war, had on the race? I know that there's going to be a lot of discussion about what influence that had, including the national climate surrounding it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely something that I think based on the exit polling that I was seeing coming out of Michigan specifically and how much um, how many young people specifically opted not to vote for Harris? Not necessarily, I think, if I read the data correctly, to vote for Trump, but not to vote for Harris. I think that was significant, but obviously, it wasn't like Michigan was the whole ball game. Trump was dominant across these swing states. And the margins that, Jill Stein, for instance, who is one of the popular third-party protest vote candidates, it's not like she's pulling enough. Jill Stein getting, like a lot of votes is not the reason that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. The reason Trump's going to win Pennsylvania is because a lot of counties in Pennsylvania shifted to the right and voters wanted those policies. So I think that, this is, of course, an issue that a lot of people take very seriously and for very good reason. And there were a lot of young people, especially, who, voted their conscience with relation to that. But I think that it's pretty clear from looking at this map and the rightward shift that this wasn't the type of thing where, you could blame a third party candidate for this. The entire country shifted to the right. It wasn't just because a bunch of leftists decided to vote for Jill Stein that this happened. It was because a lot of people decided to vote for Donald Trump.
Ryan, how would you break down the state of the race?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got a bit of a postmortem here. I'll get to that maybe after someone else talks, but I just want to go through again what we're seeing here. The real question is this a realigning election? 2016, people talked about how there's this big sea change where this white working class population that has built up this blue wall in the Midwest has shifted to Republicans, as we've seen, maybe permanently. And some of these more college-educated white suburban areas are moving towards the Democrats. But here, there's no conflicting swings. It's a pretty consistent 4-point swing across the country towards the Republicans. So there's no really realignment happening. You could argue that some of these swings are accentuated among groups like voters of color, for example, and some of these bigger states like New Jersey and New York. But still, everything's kind of trending in the same direction, just a matter of how far it's trending towards the Republicans. So I wouldn't say this is kind of a sea change election. I think, and maybe the Democrats would like to believe this, that this is simply a harsh reaction to an unpopular president and an economy that voters frankly thought was in a very bad state. That being said, looking at what's left here, this is kind of shifting gears real quick, but two things I want to flag. Like Rohit mentioned in our last update, Jackie Rosen's running about 5 points ahead of Kamala Harris in Nevada. That may be enough for her to win. It's a very close race right now. John Tester may be the best Senate Democrat of the night. He's running about 13 points ahead of Kamala Harris last time I checked. Unfortunately, Trump's winning Montana by about 17 points, so it may not be enough, but that's one more thing to keep an eye on. So two different things there, the Senate and the state of the race. But overall, I would say, again, like this pretty clear, sustained rightward shift across the country that varies in some places, but really not by much, to me suggests that there was just this really steep hill for Kamala Harris to climb when she became the Democratic nominee, and clearly she couldn't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan, I'd love you to break that down in broader terms. Like, what do you think is some of the driving forces behind the trends that we've seen tonight?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of case scenarios for how you can interpret these results. Let's talk about the best hope for Democrats. Like I mentioned, it was a bad reaction, anti-incumbency bias, a harsh reaction from the electorate to a bad economy. Inflation was on everyone's minds, and that's why you saw this result. And for Democrats, that may mean that some of the strategies that Kamala Harris used to try and win back these voters, focus on issues like abortion, to focus on some of these concerns to democracy, they may still work in the future, but in an environment where inflation is not on the top of everyone's minds. The worst hope for Democrat, I think, is that there is some kind of permanent realignment of specifically voters of color and specifically Hispanic voters, a very fast-growing demographics, towards the Republican Party. And another demographic I think is worth watching out for is 18 to 29-year-old men. That is a demographic that in some of these exit polls, we're seeing that Trump was winning. And that completely goes against what we saw with millennials, millennial men who were voting for Democrats. So, I mean, if that occurs, then you may be seeing a kind of big structural realignment of politics that's obfuscated by this national consistent shift. And then you may see Republicans be in a winning position for years to come, maybe 55 Senate seats in this map. They may eventually build up an 8-1 Supreme Court majority that may last for the rest of our lives. And then you could see maybe it's very difficult for Democrats to win elections in the future. That's if there is a national realignment going on of voters like Hispanic voters and young men, Hispanic men, like we've also mentioned. That's the worst case scenario for Democrats there. The best case being that it's simply a bad reaction to a bad incumbent.
So I want to temper some of what Ryan said there. I think it was a really astute analysis in the variety of cases that you could read this. But I think the worst prediction you could ever make in politics is a permanent realignment or demographic destiny. Yeah. This is a very tightly divided country. We have been for a century and a half, and both parties find a way to realign themselves in order to match the new electorate. Which direction each party will move in order to do that is yet to be seen. We have yet to see what type of election this is tonight. If Trump continues winning in all the states that he's winning, if the Senate candidates win as well in those states, that's a pretty large victory, even more than the polls predicted. I know the pollsters were breathing a sigh of relief earlier tonight. Maybe they were wrong a little bit in the wrong direction. But on the other hand, if it ends up being a really tight election, that might be a different scenario. And I know that there'll be ongoing conversations about how the Democratic Party reacts from here. I wanted to also bring up at least the topic of immigration before we close tonight. One huge thing that we've seen tonight, we don't have any results from the West Coast. Like we have results, but we don't have as many results from the West Coast. We do have a lot of results from New York, New Jersey. Connecticut has yet to be called as far as I last checked, because we're seeing deep slippages in the tri-state area for Democrats. And immigration has been a major issue in New York, especially after Southern governors started, putting migrants on buses and sending them up to the New York area. Naisha, what would you say has been the impact of that? Do you think it's raised the salience of immigration in the Northeast, or do you think that we're still focused mostly on the economy?
I think immigration has been the topic of this election cycle. Like, have you seen it in the ads on both campaigns, from Trump and from Harris? As a personal note, like, I am from Georgia, and I would say a lot of the ads that I saw when I came home were about immigration, whether it's about immigrants coming after your jobs or America's great because of immigration. Like, it is something that both campaigns have focused heavily on. And so I think part of this rightward shift all across America could maybe be attributed to immigration, especially as we see in the tri-state area, the Northeast area with Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, etc. And with all these governors essentially just shipping migrants up into more liberal cities. I also think that immigration has played a big role in that shift that we're seeing in some of these demographics that Democrats have been thought to hold, such as Latinos and Black men specifically, because that is an issue that is salient to all of these groups. And sometimes they tend to be a little bit more rightward on this. And again, like I was saying, immigration, I think, is a really big issue, seeing how we've seen both the left, both Democrats and Republicans take a much more rightward shift towards our immigration policy than previous candidates in the past. Like, the Democratic platform right now is more similar to that of Bush and back in 2004. It may be a little bit more right when you look at asylum law. So I think you're exactly right there, Rohit, that this shift could be seen as a result of immigration.
All right, so we are wrapping up for the evening. Major news organizations have, as we were talking, called Pennsylvania for the former president. So we're likely to hear from him soon. We encourage you to tune into that. We have been here at the Roundtable tonight with myself, Hope Perry, Ryan Konarska, Aisha Silvestra, and we also had Lucia Wetherill and Eden Tashoma here rounding out our crew. It's been our pleasure bringing you election night. We are signing off for today.